But yeah, how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? All right, I'm at least gonna turn up the fan. There we go. Alrighty. So we should be live on YouTube and Twitter now. Our plan for the day. We need to finish up that MCP server and the SDKs and stuff. We also need to dig into issues we had trying to catch up to the Jetstream when Blue Sky had some like downtime issues. What was it? Yesterday? Yeah, I think it was yesterday. It seemed like it was doing well, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. So we got to figure out what that issue is. And then there's probably other things to fix with the Turbo Stream too. And what's up, Kenny? How you doing? All right, so let's just switch over. I need to blow my nose at some point. Whatever. We're doing all right. Yeah, so I don't need replay. I don't need snapshotting. Ah, okay. So I see what's going on here. So yeah, let's fix that first. And man, yeah, we got a bunch of stuff open. I think we must have closed that editor. Because, yeah, that is totally separate. Okay. So, yeah, we'll pop that open from the Jetstream stuff. Oh, wrong place. Yes, this is what we're looking for. Yeah, I figured Gray's was not going to be that quick to update. All right, so hold on. Let's turn on some extensions. For this, we'll update Rust Analyzer. We will enable for the workspace. I thought we had a TOML thing. Ah, even better, TOML. Enable that for the workspace. And that all should be good. All right. So now, okay, we get the syntax highlighting. Cool. Oop. All right, so as far as this stuff goes, wait. We're gonna get rid of all of the auto research. Okay. So, number one in the monitor code, gotta remember where we're configuring any of this stuff. And we'll just search for it, actually. All right, so Jetstream. Let me double check. Hold on, one thing. I just want to double check if I am defining these things in the Jetstream monitors.env file. So stream A and stream B, we are configuring, I think, the turbo stream, or the baselines we allow to be done elsewhere. Yeah. All right, cool. So then we can go back to this. And what up, C-Scale? How you doing? All right, here it is. These are the default values if we don't define them. Baseline URL. So yeah, instead of 1 and 2, we'll just do east and west. I wonder if I want to flip those, west and east. I don't think it matters. Okay, so we update those within the monitor. And then within, not that code, but our Rust code, ooh. Oh, that's for the test. Well, either way. Yep, that's also for a test. And here we go. All right, so yeah, this is where this stuff needs to be updated. Default Jetstream hosts. I don't think we want to deal with EU. For this one, we do want to default to west there. This one stays east. Oop. I think those should be good. Let's just do this. Where do we see one? That's in the config pie. We don't care about that. In the env example, might as well update that. And yeah, we're not going to be doing any EU, so we get rid of that, even though that said US. Okay, so that's just the default there anyway. As far as the monitor goes, that one doesn't matter. All right, let's just double check. Make sure number 2. Same gist. Yeah, we don't care about that either. All right, so before we push that up, though, let's at least commit it. Just make sure of all this. Oh, and yeah, those are separate. Scroll way down. All right. So then here, we clean that up. It's just east and west. Perfect. Oh, we messed that one up. All right. So that's over in Jetstream client with defaults in Jetstream RS. Curious what all that red is, too. But yep, that was a mistake. Why is Rust Analyzer mad? Am I just missing it? McFly. I think I might be blind. I'm not seeing these. Okay, there's at least one. All right, why does it hate this? So these are like Rust Analyzer issues. I don't know if they're really that much of a problem. I think I see. All right, so they kind of want us to give it a name. How would we surface this for an agent to fix? Because this is going to be like a lot of just like junk. Right, and obviously the agent is not running Rust Analyzer. Right? Let's just double check the diff at least first. Yeah, we'll commit the changes we got. All right, git add Rust source and monitor. Oh, and this last song on the album anyway. Let's get something crunchier going. You guys want something really crunchy? I want something really crunchy. At least a little bit. All right, so then this commit is Oh. All right, this is fix. I don't think it's a feature. This is chore, clean up old auto research files. We'll probably create some new ones. If you guys haven't seen auto research in action, it's pretty cool. I know, right? Yeah, so good, C-Scale. I think... I know there was at least one Mega Drive song on the Hotline Miami 2 soundtrack. I don't know if it was this one or not, though. Ooh, but looks like they got some new stuff we could check out, too. Please be EPs, not singles. Yeah, all right. Okay. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of this whole album, but this song, the next one, I think like the next 2 or 3 at least are worth it. All right, so we cleaned all that up. Before we get too deep, though, we want to do an explore. Oh, and this is going to be annoying. Hold on. That's another issue. All right, we're going to do another one. And we can do this one with just regular old Pi. We need to make the time frame toggle, toggle. Update the URL with a query param so that we can link directly to them. All right, and it's definitely something we could do on our own. But yeah, we're going to kick that off, at least as a fix. And what is it? Turbo-monitor. That's right. I do think there was something really funny and interesting about Blue Sky having issues. Yeah, if we just go to my post real quick. Right, so Blue Sky's status app, over the last 90 days showed basically no problems, which is just flat out incorrect, right? Which is crazy. Meanwhile, we saw major issues from their baselines that impacted me and Grace.social. Now, the big problem we had is that our reconnect timing and some of that stuff was not catching back up. Like, ideally, we would be right there, feature parity. So there's something we should be able to do there. We'll have to figure it out. All right, so we got these two things chugging along. All right, and what do they want? Will we do replace state? That's right. So yeah, number one, the param shape, what goes into the URL. I like the word window. I say we match the labels. All right, so then for number two, back forward, I think I'm okay with replace state. Right, the user can just switch it. Falling back to 24 is fine. Right, and then number four. Theme? I wasn't aware we had a theme. And hey, thanks, Brainless. Yeah, I think that's fine. I like reusable, just in case we have other stuff. It's an astro site, so like, I don't know. It would be nice to maybe we could handle that at the static level in some way, but it's a query param, so it shouldn't really change anything statically. So it can just live in the client-side rendering. I think that's the cleanest approach. Do we think Agent Browser is going to support that, though? All right, so that's going to create the proposal. This is going to do some junk. It does have the full JSON data, which is good. It was able to find that just fine. Wait a minute. Turbo Monitor shouldn't have a WebSocket. Oh, I guess it will. Never mind. That's where the data streams from. Never mind. It totally does. See? All right. So you're not totally burned out on the AI. I mean, there is a good SDK for JavaScript. I think Go has a good SDK too, if you ever wanted to mess with that. Like, are you thinking to do like a standard IO MCP server, or are you thinking to do an HTTP MCP server? I would guess standard IO. Yeah, that makes sense. So standard IO, yeah, Go might be the better approach. Likely just a wrapper over the CLI. Yeah. I don't know. GitKraken's using the Go SDK for MCP servers for the standard IO stuff. We probably could have told Codex, like, hey, everything's okay, just keep going. I'm all right with it. To understand what it's actually doing. Yeah, makes sense. Up to you. Or it's a really good opportunity to learn some Go. Have it explain it to you as it's doing it. You'll give that a go. Ooh, there you go. Well played, Mr. Sir. Well played, Mr. Sir. All right, so this one is just chugging along, doing its thing. All right, so and hey, what's up, Element? Yeah, I know, partnerversary, man. It's crazy. Yeah, no worries, Element. I should probably put on some chiller music for that, huh? Kind of want this to finish before we kick off that other work. And hey, thanks, Fallen. Come on, Deep Seek. I believe in you. Finish up already. Well, all right. While we're waiting on that, let's actually look at what we got going over here. And hey, thanks, Cotter, as well. It's got to be exciting. I'm trying to remember. This is probably year what? I think it's year 4 of being a partner. Do they say? I don't think I remember it saying. But I think we got it in 2022. All you got from streaming was stress-induced anxiety. Hold on, what's the actual joke? And all I got was this bloody T-shirt or whatever, right? Nah, streaming's chill. Like, I don't know. All right, so we staged all these files. Let me double check this. Hold on. So yeah, the only controllers that got touched were OAuth things. The only plugs that got touched were OAuth things. So yeah, basically just our OAuth stuff is touched. I just want to make sure of that because I don't want it to bleed into too much of the other stuff we're doing. I'm okay with the env utils parse thing. That was our doing. Oh. Yeah. And hey, what's up, Coach Shutter? How you doing? All right. I moved the env parsing functions. Make sure I didn't break anything. Pretty sure we're good. All right, we can close that. And we can close that. So yeah, right, doing some filtering. Doing some collection filtering better might be a smart move. Up to 100 collections, so that's pretty solid. Yeah. All right. So yeah, I like the idea of upgrading to the Jetstream. Let's double check where we left off with this. All tasks complete. Let's actually look at it. Yep, only monitor stuff. We created a hook. Okay, then we added the params to it. Use URL param. Okay. We're going to add the monitor. Can we do a diff staged? And that does show us the other files. Perfect. And hey, what's up, Isaac? How you doing? All right, so this is that use URL param hook. Okay, that's not terrible. Yep. And what's up, Celestial? All right, so use URL param here. We do a use state. We do a use effect. New URL search params. What actually triggers this, though? Okay. I feel like it should be fine. And then this is the window param thing. That's where we define the options. I think the window param options in that file and history windows here. It's kind of duplicated and sloppy, but they are functionally doing different things. Yeah, so and I already forgot. Hold on. In history windows. And hold on, wait. Yep. All the way to the bottom. Yeah, window param options. That's the name. Right. We probably want one source of truth there. I think option B of moving it into the library is a good option. It's going to validate what it's trying to do here. And hold on, has GLM 5.3 released while we're waiting? And a headless headhunter, Mr. Sir. I don't understand why it keeps doing that. All right, there we go. You got to raid and run as normal. I get it. You ended stream because you got stuff to do. But yeah, how to job search in a recession, and it pretty much is. But yeah, everyone here in stream, that was here before Headless Headhunter rated, you should definitely check out their channel if you're curious about, how to fine tune your resume better, how to do the job search stuff better, etc. So I recommend checking it out. Interesting you were over in just chatting, but yeah, you got to spread outside of this category. So I get it. Makes sense to me. Interesting. I haven't seen that yet. But for everyone joining from Headless Headhunter's stream, we are just chilling. We're hanging out. We've got a couple things we want to fix, and we've got our today command if you're kind of curious about the general gist of it. But I'll do a quick recap. We had some downtime over the past day, which is a little annoying. Basically, Blue Sky had some downtime because we can see their baseline here, kind of like failing and faltering, but we didn't catch back up properly. So that's the problem, especially because, we're trying to maintain this uptime for Masijo, and we're doing even worse than Grays. We should be doing way better than Grays. Now, I do find it interesting that Grays has this recovery period where they're doing a catch up, and we have less of that. We're maintaining more parity with, the thing that we're listening to. We still had a little bit of a hiccup here compared to the throughput above. But yeah, we got some work to do, and we need to be able to keep pace. I am curious what our peak throughput would be to be able to keep pace, because we're still limited by just a single API key, and I'm pretty sure Grays.social is kind of cheating with extra API keys. Even though they're doing that, they're still kind of, peaking at 71. So yeah, there's stuff to do. And yeah, GitHub had issues today, and nature of the beast. Yep. Sounds about right. But yeah, so we are currently just looking around at stuff while a clanker clanks and fixes one of the things it did that I wasn't a huge fan of. So then, what change did it just now make? So yeah, it's bringing window params. It didn't even ask us for feedback, it just did it, which I'm okay with. Yep, so now we got a single source of truth. Perfect. So yeah, fix. I'd say it's a feat. Time window. All right, so we're going to push that up because we made some other changes too, and we want to switch over to using the canonical jet stream before we worry about any of the stuff that was happening here. Because now... oh, and yeah, this is fine. We haven't created the proposal there. I'm just going to delete the proposal in there. Right, start fresh. So yeah, we're ignoring our OpenSpec files. This is something I've been kind of like preaching and talking about for a little while. For people unaware of what OpenSpec is, it's part of like the whole spec-driven development thing. It's almost like I just want to have like a plan mode, and I want to generate that plan and then theoretically hand that plan off to a simpler model maybe. So we could use like a smart model to come up with the correct plan code-wise, and then the implementation can be done by a cheaper model. Now, keep in mind, we're only as good as our plan, so even if we used a better model to do the implementation, it wouldn't change much because the plan kind of codifies a lot of that stuff. That's a good and bad thing. But in general, I have started feeling like I don't like to commit the actual plan, because if you look at what it was saying, it's like, oh, well, each history Windows entry gains a blah, blah, blah. That name no longer exists. Want me to update the design doc? The problem that we would have is if we went to like archive these changes, it would actually go re-implement the history Windows thing during our archive process, because it's trying to treat the spec as the canonical like source of truth, when instead I might make changes on my own outside of OpenSpec, like we did for changing the Jetstream URLs and some of that stuff. Like, we're going to diverge. Not everything is going to need to be an OpenSpec. I might still use, an agent to do it. I might prompt something, or I might just do it by hand. And we've had this happen before where I fixed something myself, archived the changes, and it regressed and did the thing that I had changed manually. Like, it undid the change I did manually. So I find that kind of annoying. In general, yes, I am now just deleting the OpenSpec files. I'm ignoring them. When we're doing stuff within like a single, local folder, I have to like remove them. But when I'm doing like work trees inside of something like Kepler on projects where I think branches and stuff matter, they don't get committed and they disappear when the work tree gets deleted, which is perfect. Let me double check this. We may have an issue here that I'll have to deal with. That's a separate thing. Anyway, but yeah, we are just working on this Jetstream thing, and maybe for people who are unaware of what the Jetstream actually is, it's a Blue Sky thing, right? So Blue Sky runs on top of the AT protocol, and they provide this WebSocket you can listen to, and it's incredibly simple, right? They have a Jetstream SDK. You could do it without the SDK. It's just a WebSocket. So I find that kind of funny. I'd love it if they showed like a SDK versus non-SDK version. But in general, yes, you can just subscribe to one of these WebSockets, and you get the V2, and you're good to go, which is pretty awesome. And theoretically, it's more performant. They rewrote it in Go. I think it used to be TypeScript. But yeah. So the Jetstream is every message coming through Blue Sky, which is pretty awesome. And technically, it's not just Blue Sky. It's everything on the AT protocol. Right? We can pick what collection, right? So there's black sky, blue sky, pink sky. There's all these other like services, and we can pick those collections ourselves, which is awesome. And do they show some of that? Yeah, so app.bsky.feed.post, you could have a similar for other other things on the platform, right? And we're just listening to these messages. And for my service, Masijo, what we're doing is monitoring for keywords to notify you of those keywords being mentioned, because people don't always tag you when they're talking about your product. They're definitely not going to tag you when they're talking about a competitor's product. So if someone's complaining about your competitor, you could slide on into that thread like, well, we don't have that problem over at blah, blah, blah. There you go, right? It's just more about trying to keep up to date as a business, listening to social media, because there's a lot of junk going on. Now, one thing to remember is Masijo really only supports. Oh, and that's the wrong thing. Masijo really only supports Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters right now, so we're focusing on tech. I think there's other things we could probably listen to as well. Yeah, there's a bunch of things. Mastodon. There's one that sounds like someone's name, I think. I think I have it written down in an issue somewhere. And we'll add more as we go, but we're not going to be able to do the big ones like Twitter or LinkedIn or Instagram, because those platforms are very locked down, and we could work around that theoretically. I'm not trying to do anything unethical at the moment. And I just think adding more platforms isn't going to get us more customers. You can already get all those other platforms from our competitors. What we need to focus on is doing the platforms we do support better than any competitor. And if we can do that, then we can at least get a customer for those exact things. And then as we add more, maybe we can increase our prices and they can ditch other providers. Because if you look at it, mention.com. Oh, they don't even show the price anymore. If they don't show the price, you can't afford it. That's basically how that works. If they don't show the price, you can't afford it. It used to show $5.99 per month, I think. I don't know. It didn't say. Again, because I can't afford it. But there's other brands too. I think there's brand 24. I forget what their pricing is. Right? Only 2,000 mentions a month, one user, right? Updates every 12 hours. Fuck that, right? So we can be a more up-to-date real-time thing at a much better price point. And that's at least the niche that I'm trying to solve. Right? And dude, at $10 a month, we're giving you half the events, sure. We're giving you about the same keywords. We're also doing this thing called lenses, which they don't support. And with us, you get these things pretty much immediately, depending on what notification system you picked, right? So there's a lot of just nuance to why I think my platform has value. I should probably be shouting that out in my docs more, but we're just in the middle of working on a bunch of other things, and I don't want to juggle too many irons right now. And, I think I would feel bad for any customers because we still have a lot of kinks to work at. So that's the main gist, but now you're at least aware of what I'm trying to build. But I would consider this to be my main competitor, and we are, 10% the cost. And I think higher value. Now, they do AI sentiment analysis, but that's just positive, negative, or neutral. We can do that. That's easy. That's fine. And when they say AI, you don't even really need to do crazy AI. You can do much cheaper, much faster sentiment analysis besides some LLM junk. So that'll probably be something I consider as well, but we just got to do more. And then finally, they got data-based insights about your reputation. Okay. What's the main buzz and topics? Okay. Yeah, so I think I have some things that I consider more useful. And then finally, yes, they do have the real-time updates at 400 a month. You know, but it could take up to 15 minutes because of how they're probably scraping Reddit, as an example. And it's something we could do, but it's not something I need to do yet because you can pay for both of us. I think that would have value. I need to create features that they don't have. I think that would be more valuable for myself. So anyway, it's a fun side project idea. It's also just a fun way to, like, you know, fiddle with some of this, like, blue sky stuff and all that junk. So anyway, yes, we got that pushed up and done. I think we're now ready to create a thing here. All right, so as far as this goes, this is to help us fix that, like, lag problem that we had. I think this is a good move because we finally did update that stuff. So all right, and then what I'm going to do in another tab over here, I don't think we want to use up our codecs completely. Oh, and thank you, Shader Theory, for that that redeemed highlight. Appreciate you. Thank you. But yeah, our plan here. And is GitHub still down? I mean, pushing is still working, right? You just can't do, like, the pull request stuff, which means maybe my most recent deploy didn't do anything. Let me double check. What do we got live over here? Yeah, we need to fix a bunch of that junk, but that's fine. Wait, what? Oh, it's under my name. I'll probably want to shift that over to the Masijo thing. All right, but let's double check. These pull requests, those are ancient. We don't care about those. How about our actions? Hey, all right. The deploy of Turbo and the monitor both succeeded. The benchmarks are running, and that's fine. All right, so then... yeah, we got the other one churning. I think we could just do this with... DeepSeek V4 Flash. We could also do Pro, which I think has been updated recently on Ollama as well. Maybe not. Maybe not. All right, so let's double check this. I do think that Optima thing is nice. So yeah, I'm a little bummed Ollama hasn't updated their V4 Pro yet. Nope. All right, so at 52% or 52 as a score versus the 53 on Pro, meh. If we put that to like actual agentic kind of Cody kind of stuff, it is kind of a bump. Wait, where's GLM in this list? Oh, there it is. So yeah, I think we'll at least stick with Flash. I would love it if Ollama would just update to Pro already. Hold on, we want Cloud. Yeah, 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago. Four days ago. So this might be the most up-to-date one. Oh, yep. Yeah, they got 0813. Is the boost worth it? For what I'm thinking I'm trying to do, yes. So then this is Ollama pull. This is going to be Pro 0813. We should probably update Pi real quick. All right, so we are on DeepSeek V4 Pro 0813. I am curious about the pricing difference between the two. Let's just look at OpenRouter because that's usually the place I check those things. Interestingly, Flash. Hold on, let's just go to DeepSeek directly. Yeah, interestingly, Flash supports a bigger context window. I don't think I would have predicted that. As far as cost, Pro is going to be 3 times as much. I mean, when it comes to the coding, it looks like they score about the same. In general intelligence, there's a 1-point difference. What does agentic mean in this context? Got it. Okay. Right. So then coding, they're talking about like purely just like a single task at a time. I get that. Okay. Ooh, and if anyone tried to chat on Twitter, I think I forgot to refresh the chat there. My bad. Uh, wait, did I not go live on Twitter? Oh, I didn't. Oops. Well, no one would have been chatting there anyway. All right, so I think at least for the discovery, Pro makes sense. For implementation, I think we'd be fine, but yeah, whatever. Right. If we look at our Olama usage, we're at 1.6%. I think we're good. I have still never hit my weekly usage on Olama, and it's my main driver. We do Codex a fair bit. Yeah, we got 4 days with our 77% usage there. Forgot. How's oh, that's not what I meant to do. How's our open code? What is my available balance? All right, I do have like $20 left. Yeah, man. Gimme K3 is expensive. I'm open for GLM 5.3. I assume it'll be at the level. Is it on here yet? No, they don't have 5.3 yet. All right. So, as far as that, we're not doing any sub-agent stuff, but yeah, we do need to just pause on the benchmarking tool because we're out of the K3 usage. We could kick it off. I think it's fine. But as far as this goes, so I want to do an exploration. But hold on, let me get more music going. We're gonna try a new album by this artist, like the one we just heard. It's only 4 songs. It's called 16-Bit Blessings. Oh, damn. We'll see where it goes from here. And hey, thanks for the sub, Alex. Appreciate you. Right. So yeah, while this other thing is going, I like the discovery we were doing there. We just created this proposal. We're gonna do. We're gonna do codecs for this part. And yeah, I would be using Kepler for this stuff, but the branch management aspect of it and like just being able to like merge things into local, I think still needs work for at least the workflow of this part, right? We've got the MCP server thing that we're doing for Masijo itself that I think Kepler is perfect for because I want to do that in its own thing, in its own branch, and like test that separately. And I know there's other stuff that we can probably kick off in Kepler too. I really am only capable of reviewing and understanding a few projects at a time. I I question the ability of people who are spinning up like 10 agents at once. I don't know. I don't think they end up giving everything the attention it deserves. Or a bunch of the stuff they're doing that with isn't very like cognitively heavy to review. I think all the things we're doing, I care a bunch about. I know. Only 10? I get it. We got some power users out there, huh? How many are you spinning up at a time, Koas? Only one for you, Kenny? And I forget, what subscription are you on these days? I know you had the Minimax for a while. Olama? Yeah, it's a good value, right? You think you had 30 and they're all just like stale tabs or something? Nice, nice. I mean, as you can tell, I'm a collector of tabs in all applications. Exactly. Okay, so I don't know about this album. Some of these songs are getting pretty annoying, huh? What does 3 cloud models at a time mean? I don't know. I feel like I don't know if I've hit that limit. My guess is it means like literally like 3 concurrent requests. So I don't think that necessarily means 3 sessions. I think it just means like, your rate limiting would kick in request wise. So it's not about like the ones that you can clone down, as an example. I think even to the same models. I think it's just 3 concurrent requests to their servers. I don't know for sure though. I wish they described that better. Right. Okay, so here you go. Here's the definition. So yeah, I would say double check the frequently asked questions usually. But yeah, so you would get 3 concurrent models at a time. Your concurrency limit, any requests beyond that are queued and processed as soon as a slot is available. So I'm okay with that. They just keep the HTTP connection like live until it resolves. Sure. Um, so queued requests are held up to a fixed limit. I wish they told us what that limit would be. I love the fact that they have this as a thing, right? So yeah, your data may route to other places, but to partner with these places, none of your prompt or response data is logged or trained on. And that's a requirement for them to adopt a new provider, which I think is cool. Yeah, yeah, they're pretty good. Hold on, wait. What was there was a tier 3? Oh. We should. All right, so yeah, we want to make sure we update GitHub Actions. It's just reading this stuff right now. We got the implementation of this other stuff going here. Well, what domain's about to renew? Oh yeah, we should do that one anyway. So yeah, how's everyone doing today? Y'all ain't got anything fun going on? All right, let's double check this. Yeah. Well, plot twist, I just gnaw on my fingernails all the time. Or maybe I'm just always stressed. No, I think I have like some kind of like mental hang up about my fingernails. Like I've gotten them caught on stuff before. And that is a feeling that is not something I want to experience ever again. So I bite them to the nub. No, it's a bad thing. Like, it's really bad for your teeth. I've got a chipped tooth because of it. I mean, that wasn't the thing that chipped the tooth, but the tooth was probably weak because of like that being the tooth that I typically like use as the scissor. It's a habit I gotta break. I was so good about not biting my nails when I was in Render ATL. And then yesterday and today, trimmed them up. Not ideal. Okay, so I would say we're good there. Let's do a new tab here. This one's gonna be Codex. Get some fidget toys? Oh, you mean like a fidget spinner on my keyboard? No, I don't bite my fingernails for like the fidgeting thing. Like it's purely about just like like I've caught my fingernails on some gnarly shit, and it's about like wanting to never experience that feeling again. Now, it is probably something I do when I have downtime. Oh, which fidget toys do you have, JLem? Shit. Um, this girl I met at the like at the party after parties for GopherCon. She had this one where it's like a magnetized thing. So it's like there's no noise whatsoever. And it's just this like magnet you can like fidget back and forth within like the magnetized outer shell thing. It was cool. Well, I mean, doesn't she get annoyed by the sound of you chomping on your nails? Tomato, tomato, right? The key? Wait, what's the key? I don't know that one. A metal clicking one, yeah, that one's probably no good. And one that spins. Um, there used to be, or not used to be. I know I've gotten these ones that were like a bubble thing, like a rubber bubble that you like can just like flick back and forth that makes no noise. That one's kind of fun. See, my fidget is like when I'm like super bored, I'll just start like, tapping on my chest. All right, like, dude, that'd be way more annoying. Like way more annoying. Your wife's okay with that one? Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh. Oh, you're talking about the bubble thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The bubble thing's chill. Right? That's another one. Like, I don't know, just like squeezing air bubbles between your tongue and the roof of your mouth. Interesting. Oh, when I was in maybe it was like junior high. I don't remember. I might have had it during high school. Like the folder thing that I would put all my shit in had like a an elastic band kind of thing to like tie it. I would just stretch that thing and play it like a bass string. Like, like stretching it out further, it like goes higher pitched, lower, it's like lower pitched. Like boom, 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 boom. Like it was so fun. I annoyed a lot of people in my classes with that one. That one was really fun, actually. Let's get more music going though. Let's try this other new album. I'm not sure about that last one. I don't think I'll buy it. Also, it was only 4 songs. All right, so this one's kicking off. What we want to do next is kick off this one. So this one has a really, really long set of tasks to do. I forget what number we're at. Right, add MCP OAuth authorization. Yep, that's the one. So yeah, this one's only at 29 of 74 tasks. And this is going to be the dashboard consent. And when it said dashboard consent, what this really means is from our dashboard code, we're going to need to like communicate with this, but that's a separate thing technically. Yeah, I would say that looks right. All right, how are we doing here? All right, let's double check on what it's planning here. All right, so our CI benchmarking, even though it's fuzzy and probably can't be trusted too much, we still want to update it just in case. All right, so then for number one, and let's double check this. All right, so wait, file naming. Yeah, 3 file split's fine. Per tier makes sense there. So yeah, this one's still doing the implementation for that chunk. Yep, mix format. Yes, do it. Do you think it's interesting? It's at like the update OpenSpec consent contract and resolve design questions, but it seems like it's doing the work already. That part is interesting. All right, let's get some more music going. I think this is just a bug. All right, how are we doing on budgets? Yeah, that one 11 days, dude. Yeah, the Open Code Go subscription is just so limited. Like they need a higher tier. Like I'd rather have a predictable budget than have to keep like buying tokens. All right, we got 68% remaining for codex stuff, which is fine. This, you know, we may hit our session limit, which is not the end of the world. We do still have our mini max. I forgot to cancel that, I think. And we do still have Gemini too. All right, let's double check some of this then. Oh, wow. So yeah, we do still have the Gemini one too. I think the problem is we'd have to use anti-gravity for it. And they're really strict on like where we use that. I remember seeing Motif. Who makes Motif? Man, Minimax was really solid for a while. I'm curious if there's any plans from Minimax. M3 Pro. I mean, I think we're in Q3 right now, aren't we? And man, it is crazy to think that, yeah, Minimax M3 was just recently done in June. What about the ZAI one? Let's double check some of these. The code is what I was looking for. No. Coding plan, that's what we're looking for. Sorry, coworker asked a question. All right, sorry. Coworker, like we're doing a website migration, and I think my coworker misunderstands how our DNS works. But yeah, he's a designer. DNS is not his strong suit, and that's totally fine. Hey, next tab. How you doing? So yeah, what were you up to? Late night web design session with WordPress. Nice. We were just talking about how our company is migrating WordPress hosts. We were doing some kind of custom hosting, and now we're moving to a managed host, Kinsta. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. I'm unfamiliar with Kinsta. I've used WP Engine in the past at other companies I worked at. Kinsta's advertising quite a bit. Is that the name of the WordPress like org one? Or is it another one that Matt Mullenweg is going to want to sue? And yeah, hold on. Let's do the other shout out as well. In case we did or didn't. Yeah, there we go. Germany is relatively bad when it comes to service-based industries, but in the hosting department, you're doing pretty well. Okay, that makes sense. Well, I mean, WP Engine is solid. WP Engine is actually really good. Kinsta, I've never heard of. I know there is like the official like WordPress org one or whatever. Fine, but relatively expensive. Yeah. But with WP Engine, you get a staging environment and a production environment like out of the box. So you're kind of paying for two servers when doing that. So there's at least that to consider. I don't know. I had a good experience with it at a company where I wasn't paying for that shit. Me personally, I'd be hosting it on a VPS. Because I know how to optimize PHP. I know how to upgrade WordPress. I know how to keep the OS up to date. You know, if it was my own thing, I'd just be on a VPS and we'd be good. And it'd be lightning fast. But I'm not managing that shit for GitKraken. That's not my thing. So yeah, like a managed host makes sense. What's like the biggest managed host in Germany? Oh, you got to go to bed. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Yeah, get some sleep. It's fine. I'm just always curious. Anyone else out there from, from the raid? Happy to chat WordPress stuff. I got nothing against it. I built, at least the start of my career on top of it. Number one in service. Prices are relatively low. Load times. Yeah, let me double check. All inkle. It's probably going to show like euros or something, right? Okay, so they're more of like a general host. Gotcha. Yeah, I almost feel like a dedicated WordPress host has value. SiteGround. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like the non-WordPress specific hosts for WordPress. I'd rather do a VPS any day of the week for that. Often a cash grab? I mean, it means that they know specifically how to deal with migrations and I don't know. Little common sense, not too many plugins, and the right performance plugins. Yes, a little bit Z Scarecrow. I'm going to say Scarecrow because it's easier. The Z is tough for me. Yeah, no, I totally get that next tab. And I think that's what you get when you pay for like WP Engine, for sure. But then others, yeah, I totally get it. Like, totally. But yeah, no worries, next tab. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. Like, if you're going to be doing hosting through them and it's managed hosting, there's a lot of overselling in that industry. And even with WordPress hosts, same thing. But that's why you pay the extra for something like WP Engine. Like, let me put it this way, Scarecrow. I'm not talking about like super powerful VPS. You can host WordPress on any generic like $5 a month VPS from any provider like DigitalOcean, etc. And yes, with the right performance plugin, like a good full page cache, probably like WP Total Cache or W3 Total Cache, sure. I think there's also like something Super Cache. They're all right, like either one. But that doesn't quite get to like the server aspect of it. Like if they're hosting on Apache and mod PHP, boy, that's gonna suck. Like no matter how good your WordPress caching plugins are, generating the cache is gonna be super slow. Meanwhile, if you're doing PHP FPM, and again, I have like older knowledge on this, but PHP FPM with like, some good full page caching at that level that connects up to one of the good plugins, then you're good to go, right? Maybe set up memcache if you really want, but you can get away without it. So yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, if I were hosting PHP, I would want full control over that part of things, personally. But I understand why companies like don't want to from time to time. And then Ben Codes, you mentioned another nearlyfreespeech.net. I'm always skeptical of a .net. Oh, I'm extra skeptical of this .net, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I personally would not use this. That's fine. So has one and one. No offense to anyone that works at one and one. I know we used to have someone in chat that used to. So has Namecheap, but the CEO's a dick. Just because something's been around a while doesn't mean it's good. GoDaddy's been around forever. Yeah, Vulture is great. DigitalOcean, like any of those are great. They're fine. Even Hetzner, OVH, totally fine. At least as far as like a VPS company, you do care about longevity because there's a lot of like fly by night bullshit companies. One that's like, kind of a darling is like, Buy VM. They're a good one. Pretty good value. They don't oversell. Oh, and 1 second. Sorry. So you're using bunny.net. Vulture is nice because it's prepaid. Yeah, I don't know about those .nets, man. I don't know. And yeah, you should sometimes be skeptical of any of these like unmetered bandwidths. At least BuyVM has been around so long that I would trust them a bit. But if you're on like lowendbox.com, you know, you should be skeptical of the unlimited bandwidth. I do feel like I've seen that logo before. Seems to me like they don't do everything. Like I'm not seeing VPSs, but maybe I'm missing it. Yeah, this they don't seem like a VPS provider to me, which is fine. Like there's certain things that are, you know, you don't have to offer every service. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. I totally get it. Yep, yep. They do have magic containers. Yeah, I think some of that stuff definitely has a lot of value for sure. But yeah, okay. So I think we're good to go. My coworker was just a little unclear about the DNS stuff, and we're good. Like a fluffle. Of course. Why not? I think it's also kind of smart because, like, how do I run my fluffle on DigitalOcean? What? You know, like, you can't. All right, touche. So there's something a little sticky about using like goofy jargon like that. All right, hold on. So we're not doing that yet. We got this. Go ahead, cargo format check. We're gonna wait to do that one. Let me double check on how this one's going. Netcup. Yeah, I haven't heard of Netcup either. All right, so Let's do this. All right. We're still validating that we're only hitting OAuth stuff. We did add some OAuth protocol and consent stuff, which I think is fine. Some tests. As far as modified code, yeah, I'm going to say we're good. Zerigo is an old one, got acquired like Slicehost. The brand is no longer there. Got it. All right, we're going to do another codex. So yeah, for people that joined from the raid, the things we're working on. The thing you see right now is we're implementing an MCP server for my project Masijo.com. Because I want to create an MCP server. That means that we got to do some like OAuth stuff for MCP due to how the spec is like defined. So we're doing that here with Kepler. And then we got some other things kind of kicking off over here in our terminal. The reason I have them split, like I'm sure my boss would love if I was using Kepler for everything I do. I think there are some flows that are less than ideal at the moment. Like working from different branches and some of those things. There's some bugs that haven't been patched yet. So I just gotta wait. I do believe they're planning another release soon, but I don't necessarily like the fact that bug fixes are getting held up by feature releases. So that's a problem to me, but whatever. So yeah, as far as this goes, we've got our jet stream, or our turbo stream that's going. And the turbo stream, for people just coming in from the raid, is a thing for Blue Sky, in which you can listen to every message from Blue Sky. We use that with our tool called Masijo. The reason we're making some changes is we had some major downtime. Technically, Blue Sky had a bunch of downtime, but we didn't catch back up in a proper way. So because of that, some issues, not ideal, and we never really caught back up. We did maintain parity after things stabilized with the baseline, but we can see that the main competitor to this turbo stream, and like they do a totally different business. They're not a business competitor, but we forked the original Graze.social turbo stream because they had some downtime earlier this year that was not related to Blue Sky downtime. And we shouldn't be, depending on a third-party middleman for a thing that our business depends on, right? So ideally, we need to figure out what they did better here, and it's most likely that they had some way of like checking what the last message they received was, and they caught up better than we did. We are currently at feature parity with them because we did a recent redeploy. So now we're ahead of them because we do maintain better throughput in general. And we did just do a deploy a little while back, like an hour ago. We can already see that, our uptime connecting to US West and US East, we're maintaining close enough to 99.9%. We're listening to the US West instead of US East. With how often US East goes down, I'm going to keep it as US West. But yeah, over the past 48 hours, 43 hours, we did have 419 disconnections, and that was in this chunk. So yeah, we're working on fixing our ability to reconnect quickly. So now let's do a diff. Well, let's do a status first. Oop. All right, so in the Rust code, we got some README changes. Sure, we'll scroll a little faster through that. I do like the fact that we're listing what our benchmarks are for. So then as we look at changes to the actual jet stream, interesting. All right, we got some like config stuff that we added. So what is this giant chunk that got removed? Ah, yeah. Okay, so we were maintaining a drop log, and my guess is that got moved elsewhere. I'm going to hope it did. Ah, okay. If is in scope versus if let thumb. I'm going to bet most of this got moved to that report reconnect function. Yeah, there's that function. Let me double check some stuff. So hold on. I met the fax guy. Have you guys actually like checked out his Twitter stuff? So this dude, Vic Vijay Kumar. Vijaya Kumar. It's one word. All right. Vic, super cool dude. Oh, and what's up, Codesman? You been bouncing around music festivals? Oh, that's fucking cool. Hell yeah. You did get a gig at Next Tech and been settling in there. Next Tech. Hold on. What do they do? Ah, okay. Got it. Wait, are you up in the area? Or are you still remote? Is it this Next Tech? Could be a different Next Tech. I don't know. There's more than one. I didn't even know about the one. Okay, you're remote? Cool. Well, if you ever do come and visit the office, let me know. And it's probably this one, so maybe it's not that Seattle. Next Tech website. That's probably some bullshit thing. That's probably some bullshit thing. Yeah, website solutions, that ain't it. Ah, they're in Florida. Okay, that makes more sense. But yeah, super cool, man. And yeah, no worries. I was a little like, aw, he's super mad. But nah, you're good. You're good. I'm glad you found something though. Fuck yeah, man. What festivals did you check out? I'm curious about that. I've still never been to a proper festival. Like I went to Endfest here in Seattle at one point, but that was just like a single day thing. No, no, I get it, man. That's fine. Does Burning Man count? I would say Burning Man counts. Fuck yeah. It's less of a music festival. Still a festival, though. Yeah, I would say that counts. Dude, I haven't even been to Bumbershoot. Like, that's like a Seattle thing. I forget when is Bumbershoot. September 5th and 6th. And when is Commit Your Code conference? September 3rd and 4th. Yeah, so I'll be flying back on the 5th. I do not know. I could probably do the second day. And I think the second day is the better day. So yeah, bucket list thing. You will not be frequenting. You were miserable. So hold on. Electric Forest, Bonnaroo. Bonnaroo's a big one. That's right. Um, Bonnaroo, is that the one that Perry Farrell started? Who I would bet is probably kicked out by now. Oh, I'm gonna miss out on Peaches. That sounds like it'd be a vibe. Not too worried about it. Yeah, I think the second day is the better day anyway. So yeah, I got some friends that are trying to go to this, so I'll have to make sure. Let me get more music on though. And yeah, it's all about branding. Yeah, Death Cab's gonna be good. Yeah. I mean, they're getting old. But yeah, I would enjoy some Death Cab. I used to be able to play Love Compartment on guitar. I totally forgot that riff though. The Death Cab Tiny Desk. Yeah, it's not bad. I feel like that one was a little too like acousticy for me. Like I like their other stuff that's a little more like produced. Like I mean Soul Meets Body, the Heart one. I know, right? How dare they? But yeah, I'll probably go to that Bumbershoot at least. I'll see if I can get a ticket the day before. All right, but yeah, so we're continuing along. I mean, people used to do that. That was a thing. How could something so fair be so cruel? Yeah, I don't remember if that's one of my favorite songs by them. Like, there's some really, really good cuts. Um, oh God, the one I think Transatlanticism is my favorite album by them. Black Sun is a really good one. Yep, Black Sun's great. God, what's the one? I mean, This Is the New Year or whatever. That one's a classic. Ah, yeah. There's a bunch. Hold on, let me double check. Now I got to. Now I just got to know. Um, like I'm from Washington, so like there's a lot of people that were like really, really into Washington. Title and registration. Oh, that's the one. Yeah, glove compartment. Yeah, you know. Yeah, it wasn't accurately named. Tiny Vessels. Dude, I really like Tiny Vessels. Um, I didn't like Sound of Settling for a long time, but it grew on me. But yeah, Tiny Vessels I think might be one of my favorites. Like, you know, like oh, We Looked Like Giants. Both of these ones. I mixed them up. We Looked Like Giants is the one I was thinking of though. Uh yeah. Dude, there's some cuts on this one. So yeah, New Year, title and registration, not glove compartment. um, you knew what I meant. But yeah, Tiny Vessels, We Look Like Giants. Yeah, just classics. And then Sound of Settling. Yeah, Ty Sweezy. Someone was just mentioning that too. And we were just talking about how Death Cab is doing. They're like the headliner of Bumbershoot's second day this year. And hey, what up, Bedtime Bear, Mister Sir? Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. You've never been to Washington? Hold on. So you intentionally avoided just dipping your toe in it during a node conf in Portland. You crossed to the island in a bus? Wait, island? Oh, no worries, Ty Sweezy. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, yeah. I don't think I've ever done that one myself. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that one. Oh, and hold on. Yeah. Hold on. One more Twitter thing. One second. It, why not both? There we go. Yeah. Yeah, facts mix for sure. All right. It's like a peninsula, not an island. Hayden Island. Yeah, I've never been to Hayden Island before. Yeah, very cool. I've driven over it, but I've never been. And then there's like Government Island here, which I don't think you can even go to. I typically, like in the past, have driven over 205 because I was always doing like 84 to Mount Hood. No, not 84. Sorry, 26 to Mount Hood. But like these days, I typically drive like straight into Portland for various things. Like Chain React was in Portland. Also, an awesome conference if you guys do any React Native stuff. Like in my opinion, it is the React Native conference. So if you do React Native and they do Chain React next year, you should definitely check it out. This year, Infinite Red, like, they helped put it on. They were like the main people. But then Expo was also like a major partner that I think, probably put up a good chunk of the bill as well to make sure that it happened. So it was just awesome. Like Expo and Infinite Red, teamwork. Hell yeah. Like super cool. But yeah, thanks, Kinslayer. And thanks, Owen. Appreciate you. All right, so the stuff we're doing right now. Yeah, we were finishing like reading through some of this code, right? We want to make sure the clanker didn't overclank. And I forget what Tokyo tungstenite is. Let's double check that. I know it has something to do with the async like reactor BS, but I forget exactly. Oh, it's the TLS stuff. Yeah. Okay. Like async WebSocket usage. Got it. All right. So that makes sense. And that's where the sync is coming from that we were using. Right. All right. It was a different sync. All right. So yeah, back to it. And the main thing we're reading over this for is it is trying to establish a better set of policies, I guess, right? Like a better set of logic to resume when Blue Sky is having major issues like they did yesterday, right? Like Blue Sky went to 0 for a while, just like we did. But we also did not catch back up when they resumed as well as we could. So there's a lot of stuff we got to do there to, like, make sure we're doing that part right. So we're doing two things. Technically, we've already fixed and adapted to the new Jetstream v2 that Blue Sky recently released. Thank you, JLem, for letting me know. And then from there, yes, we're making some changes to make this part a little more stable. And we're letting the clanker clank, but we don't want it to overclank. So yes, I still read the code. Fuck me, right? No, I like reading the code. I think it's important. Because we've caught some shit. Less so with the Rust, but definitely more so with like some of the JavaScript and the Elixir code that we've clanked on lately. I'd be curious, like we haven't clanked on a lot of Go code. I would bet that because like Go allows so much, I mean, like doesn't allow, sorry. It has such a stricter like idiomatic way of writing itself that a lot of the code that clankers were trained on for Go is probably closer to like a good baseline. Whereas with Rust, there's so much. With JavaScript, there's so much shit out there, right? Like, ugh, I hate letting clankers clank on JavaScript code because it was trained on all the shit JavaScript code out there. Because shit JavaScript code outnumbers good JavaScript code. Whereas I think good Go code outnumbers shit Go code. Just due to like the nature of being idiomatic and being simple. Yeah, exactly, Ben. This is for very specific things. This is stuff that like my business depends on. For this like repo thing, that's like, it like analyzes a code base and tries to find like, issues like or blog posts to make from a code base. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the code inside of this thing. Like, I don't care whatsoever. I don't care. It was interesting to see. We did our planning with Codex. And by creating our plan with Codex, the DeepSeek v4 Flash version and the Codex version, the styling looked different, but the implementation code looked basically the same. And I thought that was really interesting. One thing that I found even more interesting, because we used the same spec for both, the DeepSeek stuff actually did more like documentation style things that we had to specifically prompt Codex to do itself. Things like creating an example env file and like filling out the README and some of that stuff. The Codex code did not touch that stuff. So I thought that was interesting. But at the end of the day, the code they produced was basically the same. They even did this weird thing where like the triage feed, which is like the discovery of things that we could make blog posts about from a code base, like they put the same order of these 4 things when I feel like the triage feed should come first. Right? Triage feed, watch list, and write queue. Like, the order is wrong. So I find that weird as well. And then, honestly, anyone who's ever done front end with Codex knows this is very Codex coded, right? It loves this, like, I don't know, legal pad yellow style tan color. And hey, thanks, Arlents. And yeah, this is your first time chatting here, but I think I saw your follow over on the gaming stream. Appreciate that. Thank you. And let me catch up. And thank you, Standard. Appreciate you. And Bedtime Bear, yeah, always read the code. We did discuss this just yesterday. But yeah, for sure. Always read the code. Nah, not always, right? I don't care about the code under the hood of this thing. This is a very quick, just like, I need to surface stuff from a rapidly changing code base, Kepler, that you see over here. As they do things, they don't always have like a good like release log or any of that stuff. So yes, I need to surface like good blog posts about recent changes. So yeah, some code, I don't care. But for this code, I do care. And Ben Codes, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. And you're currently working on WebAssembly tech to better run untrusted code. Have you seen XDism? Yeah, your Hugo theme. Exactly. Who cares? For sure. Okay, so you've seen XDism. I know I've pointed out in the past, and I think I even mentioned it last time you mentioned your WebAssembly thing. I just really like the idea of this. If I were to build software that was going to have like plugins, I would use XDism. Or at least, I think there's some others that are similar. I'm less sure of like how recently maintained this is because the startup that builds it, it's starting to feel a bit like abandonware. Because they're a startup and they got to pivot and do whatever. I understand. But I really like the idea of like, you know, you can have your hosts, right? So run WebAssembly in your app, pick an SDK to import into your program. That'll be the host. And then you can have, I think, do they call them clients? They call them plugins in this context. Then your plugins could be in any of these languages. And they have expanded this list since I last looked at it, which is pretty awesome. So yeah, the host languages, they've massively increased the amount. And the plugin languages, I think, are pretty close to what I remember them being. I don't remember there being a Zig one. You have CodeMirror running well under QuickJS with a new bridge you're developing. Nice. And I think I mentioned this last time you were here, but I just want to shout it out for everyone else that maybe hasn't seen it. Pour4. Pour4 is fucking amazing, dude. The dude that wrote it He's a fucking genius. He's only 21 now. I think 21, maybe 22. But yeah, fucking genius. This is similar to like the Quick.js thing, but instead this is like an ahead of time compilation. So yeah, right? Small apps bundling over 50 times smaller than bundling a runtime like Bun or Dino. Because it's truly an ahead of time compilation thing. Genius. And yeah, man, he made some major jumps recently. They don't show. This used to be an interactive graph where you could like hover and see the numbers, but it's looking to me like he's just barely under 70% coverage of the test 262 stuff. So yeah, more memory efficient than other runtimes on a server with a gig of memory. Fits over 1,000 applications under load. Right? 40 more than a node container, 25 more than self-hosted workerd. Micro Quick.js? I haven't seen that yet. But yeah. Yeah, this dude's a genius. You had Soul Polyfill. Oh, Ponyfill. I always forget the difference between a polyfill and a ponyfill. I always forget this. Oh, that's right. Polyfills do monkey patching. Ponyfills don't. Called explicitly as a variable. Right. Okay. So yeah, no side effects, pure functionality. I think polyfills are nice if you want to adopt a thing that JavaScript doesn't support yet, but will soon. Whereas a ponyfill, you're probably better off doing if it's a spec that is very, very, very early, right? But you still want to use it. Because it should still be a relatively easy refactor with a ponyfill. So yeah, makes sense. But at the end of the day, right? Like if you want to like, yeah, considering these two snippets of code, right? Import object assign polyfill and then object assign is there directly, whereas instead import object assign from and you call that. But the find and replace of this is super easy, right? So you go and make sure you delete this anywhere you've done it, and then you just rename this in a way you like it. So yeah, I think ponyfills are really nice. Anything that modifies window should be heavily, heavily considered. Like, especially considering, like, if you need to tree shake it. I would say something like object assign you're going to use often enough that tree shaking is not a concern. But there's definitely other things. I always forget. Can I use... What's like a really good example of something that you would want to polyfill? Or that you would want to ponyfill instead? Thinking like web audio? Nah, web audio's really good. MIDI? Yeah, so maybe the web MIDI API. Right, that's something you may only call in like a very specific page or module. I don't know. If you're ever going to use web MIDI, it's probably for like an entire application built around music. So I don't know. I'm struggling to come up with a good example right now, but there's a lot of really cool stuff coming to JavaScript and like browser APIs. But anyway, let's continue clanking a bit. So hold up, let me double check this. So would that really be a ponyfill though, Ben Codes? Or would it be a polyfill? So I guess you still have to like directly import it as a named thing. You can destructure it as you want, right? Yeah, okay. So it's not overriding it at the compiler level. Okay, so it's something you're still importing with same named functions, right? So yeah, I think, yeah, ponyfill counts. Yeah. And I know I'm going to promptly forget this because I don't think about it enough. Oh, this one had some stuff. Let's finish the one we were in the middle of. Let's finish looking at this diff. And yeah, we can keep chatting too. You know, I just like to kind of like asynchronously or concurrently. I mean, yeah. I would call this concurrent, not parallel. I'm just like cooperatively optimizing which task we do one at a time. So yeah, concurrency, not parallelism. No, you don't got to slow down at all. Nope. Yeah, no stress about that whatsoever. So yeah, what we did is I went and double checked on the tungstenite thing just to remind myself. You're feeling the back pressure, to use a stream analogy. There you go. Nah, no back pressure. See, I dislike Tokyo. I think there were better abstractions before Tokyo. And technically, I preferred Eventual instead of Futures RS. But Eventual was not a zero cost abstraction. So I understand for pure performance reasons, it makes sense. But I feel like the developer ergonomics were cleaner before Tokyo. Right? Crossbeam you can still use for separate things, so I get it. I don't know. Yeah, I liked Eventual over Futures RS. I thought the API was simpler. I thought the learning curve was simpler too. But yeah, Ben, did I ever show you the and I don't know if I have it hosted, so oh, yeah, because it wasn't zero cost. I totally understand. Um hold on. Let me just get rid of this. Did I ever push this up? Ah, we did. Okay. So yeah, I actually gave this talk back in 2016. It's like I've been Rust curious for a long time. Doesn't mean I'm good. Right? Rust novice alert, sure. But it was really fun to like go in and experiment with it. And in general, like especially back then when I wanted to learn a new language, I would rewrite the same like API that I had already written, right? So far I had done Rust and Go at the time of this writing, and I was just curious. And then I used this thing called Tango. The idea behind Tango is it is a literate programming implementation. So any of these code snippets you're going to see actually live as the source code. So these code snippets are actually run, and the markdown that makes these slides is actually comments in the Rust code, and then they're just like synchronized together, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so basically I had this operation, right? And you're all already probably going to see a flaw in this for certain concurrency or parallelism primitives, right? That sleep, not ideal, but I didn't know better at the time. So then, yes, here's our first test. We do a benchmark of this. We see how fast it runs, blah, blah, blah. Sure, it should take 5 seconds, give or take a little bit of extra overhead, right? Because we're doing this like this slept thing. So then, right, using the standard library and understanding send and sync, right, did a bit of that. We use just regular old OS threads, or you can use regular OS threads. You can share data via Arc and Mutex when using them, blah, blah, blah. And then, bam, yeah, here's an example of just joining those threads. Pretty simple. And my favorite part is that a lot of the things that I ended up like doing this with, this pattern is basically the exact same with all of them, right? And then like joining the string together and asserting that hello world is the correct result. So then we do another start to, hey, make sure that it runs in less than 5 seconds. So then we look at channels, basically the same idea, right? But then what about some like libraries? So then Crossbeam, some others, right? Simple Parallel, Syncbox. I think Crossbeam was a Turon. Okay. For some reason I had it in my head that Crossbeam was Carl Lersch. But Eventual was Carl Lersch. So yeah, looking at like coroutine libraries, right? Miyoko or Myoko, CoIO, coroutine, right? The Myoko version starting to look basically the same, right? You create your channels, you spawn some stuff into them, push your values, and then format. And then the future stuff. So yeah, the thing that some people might not know about Rust is futures used to be like a core part of Rust. And then they put a lot of effort into removing it, which I thought was interesting because they didn't want to be as prescriptive. You know how like when you write Go code, it's just Go routines and that's it. You just deal with it. With Rust, they recognized that Go kind of already locked down the M-to-N threading and some of that stuff. And Rust had M-to-N threading built into the core as well. For anyone that doesn't know, M-to-N threading is the same as green threading. The idea is that you can spin up as many tasks per N amount of cores. And the runtime will solve that for you. Rust had that. And then they removed it. And they did the same thing with the futures that they had built in. So yeah, like, because they did that, well, now there's libraries that ended up implementing their own versions. There was Eventual and Futures RS. Again, like I said, I prefer Eventual. And this is even simpler than the other stuff we were showing where you like create the whole like channels and you got to do the send and blah, blah, blah between them. Nope, you just spawn your future and then join them. Done. Super simple, super easy. I loved this syntax. I didn't have a Futures RS example because I thought they were basically the same. In general, you can think of futures and promises as being the same thing, but they're not literally the same thing. Because here, the futures in Eventual were spinning on different threads, whereas in this implementation of promises, they're running on a single thread. And promises, similar to like the JavaScript promises we're used to, single-threaded, right? And this is where I ran into an issue when running this. It didn't run in less than 5 seconds because I was doing a sleep, and if you're doing a full-on CPU sleep on a, on a single thread, you're going to sleep that entire time for the entire runtime. I hadn't thought about that when doing this, but it makes sense because I was familiar with promises in JavaScript, and I knew, at least in like Node world, there are reasons why you didn't want to use any of their sync functions for like file system stuff or any of that, because you would pause the entire Node.js thread when doing so. It's only fine if you're doing like CLI tool stuff or whatever, stuff that doesn't need to like manage many connections and blah, blah, blah. So yes, I messed that up. Not async, determined by 5-second runtime. Not sure why. We figured out why. I didn't update the slab. And then finally, async await. I was a big fan of async await, and there was a very simple macro built on top of eventual's futures. Pretty awesome. All right, just dead simple, right? Async, and then await the value. Because you don't want to await here, otherwise you wait for this and then do this. But if you spawn them both at the same time, you can await both at the same time, and it doesn't matter which resolves first because it's fine. As long as you kick off the operation at the same time. So then boom. Hey, that's the talk. And then this is an import slide for modules for testing and blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I gave that back in 2016. That was maybe my second or third presentation I ever gave. And I glossed over a bunch of stuff here just for the sake of time, but just really fun. I love just like looking into a thing and then getting extra value out of like trying to explain it to other people. Because, at least in my opinion, you don't know something until you can explain it to someone else, right? There's like levels of knowledge, and the peak level of knowledge is being able to explain it possibly multiple different ways to actually like explain it to someone who is unfamiliar. So that is like a major reason why I give talks at conferences, why I give talks at meetups. You don't know it until you can explain it. But yeah, just because I've been using Rust since 2016 doesn't mean I'm that good at it. Because that would be some bullshit appeal to authority, right? Hell no. No appeals to authority here. It just means I was early and I like to dabble. It's a bullshit talk. It hasn't been touched since 2016. It's all outdated. It's garbage. It's garbage. But it was still fun building. Still fun doing it. My name's Chris, and I like to party. Yes, exactly. I really liked that Adam Rakis tweet, too. Like, did you guys see at least, like, where some of my stickers went? It's pretty awesome, actually. Because I printed out new stickers just for Render ATL. I gave out most of them. But yeah, hold on. Like, let's go notification-wise back a bit. Yeah. You already saw one of the spoilers. Oh, and hold on. Yeah. Let me just go profile. Yeah. This is the Netlify guy, right? Matt Billman. Someone put one of my stickers on his nipple. Then I took a photo, of course, zoomed on in. Matt Billman was calling someone out at X for slop forking. I mean, it's always fun. But this was at a Vercel party, too, so he was in the belly of the beast. And then, yeah, there were some other ones. Right, here we go. So when that dude says he likes to party, he fucking means it. Yeah, you know. Oh, Adam Rakis was calling someone out. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Yagas guy, right? And it's like, dude, optimizing for like a couple milliseconds for a client-side route, like, change, okay. You know? Yeah, I didn't realize Yaga's... Oh, you mean just on X, not at X, right? Because I don't think Yaga's works for X, does he? Maybe he does. I can't remember. He does work for X? Oh, okay, that's new. Okay. But yeah. Oh, yeah, I forget where that's... Oh, that sticker's up on the wall. That's right. So then, where did that one go? On the apartment door. Wait. There we go. Yep. So yeah, a bunch of my Mr. Sirs, a bunch of me up on the wall. It's an honor. I appreciate it. And then this one, way worse. I feel bad for him. Those might have hurt to like pull out. He has a much hairier chest than I do. I could have done it and like 3 hairs would have gotten pulled out. His look way more painful. All right. Anyway, I just love the fact that I can live vicariously through my stickers. Sure, that makes sense. I don't know if I'd call him a React guy. He's a TypeScript guy. But he is, yes, very well versed in React stuff. I thought for the longest time he didn't like me. But that's just me getting in my own head. I basically think everyone doesn't like me at first. All right, but yeah, so continuing some of this stuff. I know that HDR doesn't stand for high dynamic range. But I'm okay with it. All right, so yeah, these are some of the tests now. Yep. Oh, yeah, I missed the config test there. So yeah, making sure like the hanging handshake doesn't break. I feel like that was just moved from a different file. Yeah, I'm okay with all these tests. From durable checkpoint. Okay, yep. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna say I think we're good. Yeah, let's double check these settings defaults. Yeah, 30 instead of 120. I think we could go even lower. But we'll do it this way just for now. All right, so hold up. Yeah, the SQLite stuff. Oh, yeah. Okay, so turbo result, turbo error, sure. The big thing is the recovery stuff that was added. Yep. Because that's the main bit that this is meant to do. And then, yep. Hey, what's up, Sicarius? How you doing? Morning? I mean, it's almost 6 p.m. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. And yeah, that means yes, you're in like Australia or New Zealand. Oh, Germany. Morning in Germany? Isn't it only like 2 a.m. in Germany? Like 3 a.m.? Yeah. See? Dude. I'd still consider that night. But again, my name's Chris and I like to party. So, yeah, I don't know. Most of you get up for work? Yeah, and there is that Spin Doctors song, right? 4 a.m. in the morning. It's not late, it's just early. And yes, I'm old. Have I tried Gastown? No, I'm not a fan of any of that dude's kind of like slop shit. Like, I'm not even a fan of beads anymore. I think it is interesting. I don't know. It seemed a little too like AI sloppy for me. Yeah, at least Sicarius knows the song for sure. The dude's probably really nice. I don't know. Have you seen like Gas Town and then the Gas City bullshit? Like, I don't know, man. Co-wrote and published a book about vibe coding before he wrote that. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold on it. On Gas Town or Gas City or Gas Works. I don't know. I'm just making it up. He was facing burnout before the book. Yeah, I could see that. I think Gastown also like fits in the time frame where things were still really bullshitty, like OpenClaw, where it was just like it was like the peak of just like slop, and the models were like barely good enough for that kind of shit at the time. So yeah, I don't know. I never gave it a proper chance, and I probably should have. The Y Combinator harness sounds interesting. It's more for like multiplayer stuff, right? I forget the name of it. No. Yeah, QM, that's it. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I think one of the more compelling things is like the multiplayer stuff, right? Like kind of how Open Code has like the one agent in their Slack that they all can kind of chat with. I think that has a lot more value. Lima? I haven't even heard of Lima. Oh, Linux and Mac. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I should definitely be doing more sandboxing. I agree with that. I still think I kind of cap out at the amount of like plates I can spin at once kind of thing. You know, I got like all these projects, but like keeping them all spinning, the more I add, the less like I catch some of the bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. Right, and I get that, but I still have a limit because I still care about the code for certain things at least. I feel I tap out at like 4 spinning plates. Any more than that, and I'm not capable of like caring and catching the bullshit. See, I fucking hate AI artwork. That probably turned me off as well. Some of the video stuff is cool. Did you guys see the modem one though? Or hold on. Where's Ben Vinegar? He posts a lot. Hold on. This. Right? This is definitely some like AI slop video. But it's kind of nice. It's pretty well done. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I'd hate to watch like a full film, but as far as like a commercial goes, like an announcement video for just like supporting a new thing, It's kind of fun. I'm kind of okay with that. So yeah, modem now connects to Gong. For an announcement video, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. So yeah, I think some of the AI video stuff has potential. As long as you're not like overdoing it. Like, dude, some of the shit you see on TikTok. Like, hold on, what's the one that Vic did? Like, he posted a thing, and I even fell for it a little bit at first. But then, like, dude, the proportions just aren't real. Like, what? And like the person like changes. Like I'm a little upset with myself that I didn't recognize like how much like video slop this was. Like it's not even close to the same person. His arms changed diameter, you know, like such fucking video slop. So I think there's a difference. Like, are you trying to mislead people? And this shit definitely is. I think that's like the thing where I really push back. Like, are you intentionally misleading someone? Come on. And what the fuck is that TV placement? Like, who can watch that TV? The couch isn't facing the right direction. The TV can't see it either. Or sorry, the bed can't see it either. Like it's just dude, building with tan. Just dickhead shit. Like if you're intentionally misleading someone with AI video, that's wrong. If you're doing something stylistically whatever, I can forgive it. Like yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is like some slop. This is the worst in my opinion. Um or like when real estate agents are using AI to enhance a property, that's some fucking bullshit. Without actually calling it out, that's some fucking bullshit. Like, dude, like fuck those people. But real estate agents have always been slimy. They're only marginally better than lawyers, you know? They're only marginally better than car salesmen. In mobilaria? What does that literally translate to? You equally hate all salesmen. Yeah, even at snowboard shops, they're typically not the most knowledgeable people. They sell things you can't move around. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, even in like snowboard and skate shops, like the salesmen there are more often than not posers or just like not that good at what they're trying to sell you on, you know? Like they're never the best riders, right? The best riders are riding. They're not working at a shop. I know there's edge cases to it, but just in general. Like I remember being at a Zoomies, of course, right? The worst fucking salesman at those, right? And the dude was like, I go through shoes more than I go through skate decks. I think you just like buying shoes, dude. Like, hold up. What? And I'm sure it's a thing. You know, like snowboarding wise, I've only broken 2 snowboards in my entire life. Right? The one I got behind me. And the reason that happened is the base was delamming, or like because it's a die cut base, the part of the die cut was like separating, and it hit just right on some chunder that it just like it was a fulcrum. And then the other snowboard I broke, it was either the snowboard or my body running into this like tree, or not tree, this like light post coming off a rail. Those are the only 2 snowboards I've ever broken, but I've broken, like, I used to break a pair of bindings per year. Just something about, like, I don't know, the way I was like pressing and, you know, doing landing and doing the tricks I did. I think part of it was like whenever I knew I was coming down like tail or nose heavy off a jump, I would just butt check instead of trying to power through it. I think that's the biggest thing. Oh, and no, I broke a third board. And maybe that's why I stopped breaking boards, because it was one of those times where I like tried to set the tail down when I knew I was just like too far back. I forgot about that one. That was like an old Rosignol before I got sponsored. And I guess I mean like literal like board breaks. I've definitely chunked the edges in the sidewall on rails. Shave that shit, P-Tex it, keep riding. You know, like yeah, yeah. Ride a snowboard into the dirt. But yeah, I would say I think this PR is good. Or not PR, I think like these changes are good. And this is one of those things where we can push it up and fix it because I'm my only paying customer for Masijo right now. Yeah, most of this now is just like the tests. I'm kind of less concerned about the tests these days. This is not a test, I think. All right, so hold on. There's a test. Yeah, and then we get to the orchestrator. Yeah, okay, so this part's not a test. We should read this part at least. That's a fun one. Thank you, anonymous gifter. I like it when you do like the, you know, the harmless fun names. So this one, they gifted, I like your kitchen tile. That one's nice. I don't have tile in my kitchen though. Completion Frontier. Ooh, that's a fun name. Yeah, everyone with tiles in their kitchen is getting real paranoid now, right? Yeah. Oh, I like the fact that this is no longer mutable. Yeah, that was some slop. Good fix. Wait. What? How is this even compiling? And what up, Eric? How you doing? Happy partner anniversary. My thoughts on Stripe buying Open Router. Will I continue to use it? Yeah, I don't have anything against Stripe. I doubt they'd kill it. And I like the Open Router team. Do you dislike Stripe? And what would you consider as a valid alternative? I know they do have, I know there are valid alternatives, right? I mean, people on Reddit are never happy. To you, it seems unrelated. You'd almost rather Bending Spoons acquire them. I mean, Bending Spoons does good shit. Yeah, Bending. Well, I mean, hold on. Code spent. Redditors do boycott Reddit. Do you hear how much they talk shit about Alex Ohanian or Alec Ohanian or whatever his name is? Dude, he's almost as bad as Elon on Reddit. As far as the hate. It's Alexis Ohanian. Yeah, whatever. Seems unrelated, rather Bending Spoons. Bending Spoons does good shit. And I think Bending Spoons has improved everything they've acquired. I feel like Stripe does the same. But also, like, number one, Stripe is at a size where they need to have, like, other verticals. So I think it's actually a smart acquisition. You know, it's like Cloudflare acquiring like a bunch of seemingly unrelated stuff. AWS does have Bedrock. Sure, I'd say the barrier to entry for Bedrock is a little heavier, so I find that more annoying. Vercel, no thanks. Cloudflare, sure. Yeah. I think I like Open Router's more open marketplace, right? Like Cloudflare is like all of their own hosting. They're not routing you to other providers. So there's less of a like an optimization towards cost or throughput or whatever. You're kind of just stuck with whatever you get. I'm pretty sure. Right? Whereas like Open Router, for some models, you've got like 20 providers you can choose from. I love that. And you can load balance between all of them. Nice and easy. You can optimize for cost or throughput. Like, I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think Vercel's AI Gateway or Cloudflare are actually valid competitors. And for the same reason, I don't think I consider Bedrock a valid competitor. But maybe I misunderstand Bedrock. Like, how many different actual infra providers does Bedrock connect to? Besides, like, the frontier models that don't let you host their models anywhere else anyway. Like, to me, my entire point is I don't want to deal with just one company's rate limiting. No. I'm not talking about models. I'm talking about providers per model. If I wanted to run DeepSeek Flash v4, how many providers does Bedrock connect to that provide DeepSeek v4? It's just AWS, right? That's the point I'm making. It's not about the number of models, it's about the amount of providers per model. And I don't think anyone approaches OpenRouter. Yeah, no thanks. I do not want to deal with getting like just AWS rate limited. With OpenRouter, your rate limiting is provider based, and if you get rate limited, they can just route you to another. All seamlessly under the hood. For the same model, right? Keep that in mind. That's what I'm talking about. Right? Look at this. Look at how many different providers there are that you can route between to not have to deal with rate limiting or to cost optimize or whatever. Pretty cool, right? So that's what I'm saying. I don't think there is a legitimate competitor to OpenRouter. There might be a couple smaller ones, but OpenRouter benefits from their size as well as their ownership of Stripe now too. To me, that just signals a major level of longevity. We had someone who used to frequent stream a while back, who had a competitor to OpenRouter. We haven't seen them for ages, and I'm kind of really glad I didn't switch over to them because I think their thing is abandonware now. I don't know for sure, but we haven't heard from them. I pointed out stuff they needed to make it better. Crickets. OpenRouter benefits from scale. Probably hard to make money? No, you just charge. All you do is pass through credits and deduct from a balance. It's actually really straightforward because you're charging the, 8%? That's how OpenRouter makes the money. They just charge 8% for credits. So you spend $10 on OpenRouter. It'll cost you $11 after tax. And that dollar is banked. Boom, done, good to go. That's their money. They own that. And then the $10 is just them proxying and deducting from the balance you have. It's really straightforward and simple. I love that way more than a possible like AWS crazy bill. You know? I don't think Cloudflare has a similar billing model. So yeah, OpenRouter's billing model, the amount of like choice you have with certain models and the amount of providers that provide them. Light LLM, that's the thing you have to self-host though. Right? Or do they have a self-hosted or a managed service? Oh, no, not that. Yeah, see? Nope, I'm not trying to self-host something like that. Hell no. No thanks. And then how does the billing get managed? You got to manage billing with all of the providers you choose? Yeah, fuck that. I just want one bill to pay. And I don't want it to be overage capable. I would be way happier with some downtime because I hit my limit compared to, oh shit, now I owe 20 grand. That's why I'm so bullish on OpenRouter. It checks all the boxes I want. I don't want to self-host some fucking thing. Have a single bottleneck? No, that's what you pay OpenRouter that 8% for. They do the routing. If OpenRouter goes down, well, a lot of people have a problem. But I've never had a single hiccup. It's fine. Well, I mean, keep in mind though, Ben, Light LLM only sells the enterprise part. Yeah, exactly, Eric. So I think a lot of the Redditors that would complain about OpenRouter getting acquired by Stripe, why? That means that they are now way more like structured and available. I mean, it remains to be seen. Sure. I don't think it's going to be a thing like Lemon Squeezy where they kill the product and build their own. Why would they do that? That makes no sense. But again, I don't know for sure. To me, OpenRouter seems like another part of like just their vertical, as opposed to being like a product they want to roll into their existing product. Yes, SSO tax. Yep, exactly. Right? SSO and SCIM. Yep. And hold on. I'm skipping this song. But yeah, SSO tax. Dude, the worst companies perform really bad here. Whew. Okay. I feel like GitKraken used to be on here, but maybe not. And I think it's a thing we should majorly make sure we avoid. So yeah, I'm glad GitKraken's not on there. I was sweating real quick as I looked. And again, I'm a big fan. I like where I am at GitKraken. I'm not especially looking. But OpenRouter getting acquired, maybe a DevRel role opens up with a pay increase. Because that's the main thing. It would take a pay increase for sure. I wouldn't laterally switch. Because I got a good gig so far. But inflation is inflation. Yeah, exactly. And I think, I'm a solo DevRel right now. It would be nice to maybe like move to a larger DevRel team to get a little more kind of like mentorship around that. That would have some value. At least like learn how larger scale DevRel operates. That would be kind of cool. But I'm not sweating it. I don't know. It's not a major priority for me. Do you know how lazy I am? Right? That sounds like a lot of work. Ugh. Do you know how lazy I am? I just mean like applying. Like, ugh. Like, I got a good steady amount of like work I got to do. I was just talking about like the application process and interviews and all that shit. Ugh. Ugh. I know, right? Ew. All right, I do think we're good. This is one hell of a PR, though, isn't it? Or not PR, but set of changes. All right, so we do that. We're going to call that part good. And we can even close that tab. The thing here. So yeah, this is some benchmark stuff we want to do. So we're going to create the proposal. Okay, hold on. And nah, we're good. We're good. I think the proposal is good. So we're going to apply this change. And this is just some benchmark stuff, so I'm okay with DeepSeek Pro doing this part. So the reason we're doing this is we want to establish a better set of benchmarks that we can then turn auto research loose on. And we could even do auto research using like free models on OpenRouter, right? So if we just look up free, oh yeah, we could get Laguna going. Laguna's a fairly solid model too. But hold on, let's do this. Show me the money. So yeah, I think we could turn Nemotron loose on it. We could turn Laguna loose on it. As far as like, yeah, doing like a rank. Ooh, is there a sort by? They call it coding instead of programming, but I think it's fine there. Damn, they even got 5.2 free. Okay. Ooh, with only a 128 context window. Yeah, Nemotron 3 Ultra. Wait. All right, so OpenRouter does have kind of a bug here. Maybe it's about the same. I just think it's weird that like the programming like ranking. Hmm. All right, so their list of free models isn't that deep right now. But again, we could just turn it loose and not have to like dig into our other subscription levels, which I think would be pretty useful. And as far as like them training on our stuff, right? Your use is logged for security and blah, blah, blah. I don't mind because this is open source anyway. Yeah, all right. So yeah, hold on. This is doing the implementation. Sweet. What time is it, by the way? It's only 6:20. Got a little bit of time. Oh, I wanted to double check that this tick was running. Okay, so technically, this thing we saw, it does work. We didn't see any new stuff get triaged yet, so not many changes lately to the things that we're watching. I do need to kick it off for some Git cracking work, which is easy enough. I should have this going and ready for my one-on-one tomorrow to show it off. So then back to this. All right, so that one's kicking off that way. Let's double check this one. All right, so we had some decisions to make with regards to our MCP server. And speaking of MCP servers, I am going to need to start working on my slides for Commit Your Code conference. So we'll probably do that sometime later this week. In fact, we should probably do that tomorrow, right? We'll get it started tomorrow. Main reason I want to think about doing that is because we've got our open code, right? Like our monthly usage, we've basically hit. So the thing that we're using our Kimi 3 license for, or not license for, but the thing we're using OpenCode Go for is Kimi K3, and it burns through tokens. And that project that we're using to do the orchestration of Kimi K3 farming out to DeepSeek Flash, that project can wait a little bit too. So yeah, I think tomorrow we could start working on my slides. I think that'd be smart. Yeah, okay. So some of this stuff, right, we've got like some pre-existing noise in our output. The implementation was paused though. So we got to figure out why. Right, the refresh tokens, the access tokens, revocation. Yeah, we probably do need it for this part. I do generally prefer stateless tokens with a reasonable like lack of a need for revocation. You just have a short-lived access token, a longer-lived refresh token. If you remove the person from a team, the token no longer has access at your like auth level and middleware level anyway. So it's not like a stale token even can do that much harm. As far as it getting leaked, yeah, that can definitely be an issue. But we're not like managing money or anything like that with this. Like the scope is so much smaller. But I think for the OAuth part of MCP, revocation's required. I'm not entirely positive, but okay, whatever. We've got room in the database. It's okay. So this is the issue we left off at. Task 8.1 exposed an underspecified worker secret rotation contract. How do we generate the MCP worker secret? Right, and this secret is basically the thing that the Cloudflare workers, which are going to be implementing the MCP server like proxy, it's a secret they need to do like signing and a bunch of like key bullshit. So it's not a signing key, and it's not generated by Phoenix. It's just something that we would set. Yep. Okay, so we'd end up putting it in Doppler and Cloudflare. Oh, okay. So we would take the value, duplicate it to retiring, then rotate it, and then we could just update the thing in the worker. Okay. It does mean we gotta rotate like two things. So we'd have to generate the timestamp. Right, so yeah, if we end up doing this rotation flow, I'm okay with that. Oh, and it was a valid, retiring valid until. Oh, so yeah. All right, so we would just generate the timestamp and rotate them. Got it. I was thinking it would be like the original secret valid until. Okay. Yeah, and that's totally backwards, right? Because if you didn't have it be the retiring valid until, then retiring would be valid forever, which would be terrible. So how often should the secret be rotated? I'm thinking what, like every 90 days? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, clean. Ooh, so this one, yeah, we generated the new benchmarks. We deleted the old baselines. Yep. That part we can do immediately. Get rid of the noise. All right, so then from here, oop. All right, so then get diff staged. That way we can see it all in one place instead of like multiple like diff checks. Right, and we're going to have two separate tiers of benchmarks, or three technically, right? The first one is going to be the criterion benchmarks, basically stuff we already have. The other benchmarks are the tier 2 that we're going to like do auto research for. I think I'll still probably end up calling the criterion ones just to like double check some stuff. And yeah, that's where we're right. So here's our list in the README, right? Tier 1 is the CPU hot path stuff, right? So parsing message with SIMD JSON, SIMD JSON owned. record view, extract refs. Some of these are like micro benchmarks. Serializing the records, yeah, and extracting the AT protocol URI, yeah. So this one right here, the CPU throughput, that's the main one. That's the main one we'll pass to auto research. Right, our cache and SQLite benchmarks, the full pipeline. I forget what the progress tracker ones are for. Well, let me double check. What are my meetings like tomorrow? Like, how early do I have to wake up? That'll determine how soon I gotta wrap things up here so I can get work done and still play some games, you know. Oh, I don't have a meeting till 11. Yeah, because a lot of the work I need to do tonight, I'm kind of stalled on like some of the writing stuff because we're migrating the website. Like I got the topics, but I don't know. It's just not worth like burning the energy on that when there's like some other things I need to do. And some of those are like going to be really agent driven. So yeah, the stuff tonight I can kind of do concurrently while we're gaming. And then yeah, tomorrow I think tomorrow before stream and before my one-on-one, I can focus on getting like a basic structure together for like a YouTube video about the Git bench stuff, which is basically going to follow a lot of the flow that I have in, like in the talks I've given about it. So I think we're good there. So yeah, I don't need to get going too quick. Though I do need to use the restroom. This tea is going right through me. And yeah, dinner tonight gonna be nice and chill. So yeah, give me a sec. I'm gonna go pee, and yeah, we're gonna keep reviewing these changes, and then maybe kick off an auto research. I think I at least want to get a bunch of that going. So let me go pee. BRB. Ooh, and I'm gonna go see the new Spider-Man on Friday with some friends. Should be kind of fun. Free the P. Bridge to Ter. I never watched Bridge to Terabithia. I am aware of how brutal it is. um, yeah, I always think of Dumb and Dumber. I gotta go. Just let it go, man. Just let it go, man. Oh, oh, that's warm. They get off the bike and he's like stuck to his back. I think the Dumb and Dumber reference is more fun. And hey, thanks for the bits. Yeah, I like the background music too. All right, so hold on. What part of this are we in? This is in CPU hot path benchmark. So, right, we got these things that are creating these messages. Okay, we are at least creating the message outside of the benchmark. Sure. That was actually going to be my concern. Like, are we running these creation realistic whatever functions? Are we doing that inside of the thing we're supposed to be iterating? And that would be a huge mistake. I do wonder, what is this black box function doing? I missed that part. Oh, it's criterion. Okay. So I think it prevents the compiler from like optimizing away the creation of those things. Or hold on. I'm unfamiliar with what the criterion black box thing does. Opaque to the optimizer. Got it. Is it coming from the right place? So that's already a mistake. Oh, I think we're on a really old version of Criterion. Yes, we may need to upgrade our Criterion version. But we'll keep going. Oh, I think that is the end of that album, though, isn't it? Yeah. All right, so all the tier 1 benchmarks made it into this file, CPU hot path. Tier 2 is then this one, end-to-end CPU throughput harness. And a messages per second number is the important bit. SeaMonkey. Is that a browser implementation? Like a JS engine or something? Browser. Oh, it's like the email and like news group, and there's even an HTML editor. Huh. Old school. Oh, those icons. Old school. Modernize it. Why? God, what do those icons remind me of? Cyberduck? Anyone use Cyberduck as their FTP client back in the day? Yep. I mean, on Windows, it was FileZilla, obviously. But yeah, Cyberduck, I think, was the Mac one, right? JEdit. Oh, and like the FTP built into JEdit. Yeah, I definitely use the FTP built into Notepad++ at one point too. You still use FileZilla as your FTP server. Touche. Touche. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Are there any major reasons to keep using it? Like, is it just the if it ain't broke thing? And like, I don't even know what like modern Windows alternatives would be. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I get it. They're still updating it. Last update was 2025. Sure, and it probably doesn't need a lot at that point, right? So yeah, that makes sense. Open Router being acquired by Stripe. Yeah, yep. Eric just mentioned it earlier too. How do you feel about it there, Vorwheel? I think it's fine, personally. Like, it doesn't bother me at all. In fact, I think it's a good thing, but I could be wrong. Exactly. Yep. Maybe not quite as good as Bending Spoons buying them, but definitely worse companies to buy them for sure. Like Microsoft. If Microsoft had bought them, well, yeah, I guess we got to find an alternative. We could build our own. Nah, then I might self-host Light LLM. Broadcom. Oh, touche. Touche. God, I'm trying to remember. What did Broadcom buy recently that I think they're actually doing well with maintaining? Maybe not. Hold on. I'm thinking like VMware, right? Broadcom bought VMware? But that's probably like older. It's not quite recent. And your opinion would probably be that they're not maintaining VMware very well. They sort of wrecked it. Oh, okay. I guess I don't know. I feel like VirtualBox is still a good experience, and that's still like a VMware product, right? But maybe they haven't updated it in a while. I don't know. I haven't paid attention. VirtualBox is also the one that reminded me, or that I was reminded of when looking at the icons in SeaMonkey. The VirtualBox icons. Like, oh man. Yep. And they're probably using like some similar thing, right? Right? The Dragonfire TV theme. Oh, because of problems. Interesting. Okay. I guess I never used it at like a crazy level, so I get it. Yeah, yeah, I remember that, and I thought that was cool. But yeah, good call. What else have they acquired lately? AT&T has something like 10,000 images to migrate. Not ideal. Oh, and VMware switched to a subscription model? I didn't realize that. But yeah, I must have been thinking of VMware. Yikes. Damn, four wheel. All right, so yeah. Short answer, no, not in the timed path, but there's one theoretical edge case in the warm-up call. Why the timed path is safe. Black box exists to stop the optimizer from deleting a computation whose result is never observed. In run batch, every stage's output is consumed by the next stage, and the final result is printed. Okay. Okay. So that makes sense. The warm-up call, though. Neither is strictly necessary. Yes. Yeah, I think we should make those two changes. He would have rather had Hell freeze over. Yikes. And is it really just because of the subscription cost? Like, is that the major thing? I know some of those words. No, I don't know the VT stuff. I would assume, okay, yeah, it's mainframe, like, you know, like dummy client or thin client. Hold on, we're skipping this song. How dare you sing, lady? Ah, yeah. All right, and then hydration benchmarks. We deleted a bunch in there. Is there anything we added? Okay, so yeah, hydration benchmark and pipeline benchmark both get removed. And then I think they don't get removed. I think a bunch of them get moved to the regression suite. All right, let me just double check. Hold on. All right, those were quick, easy things. Get status. And now we can just look at the only changes that were made. So yeah, black box. Yeah, all right. Oh, okay, okay. You were replying to 99. All right. Yeah, sorry, Tesla. I didn't understand the context at first. Yeah, shady. Shady. So it's less about like the maintenance of the software and just more about like money, 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 money. Right? Which I think I get. And yeah, at some point, I think maybe after we run some like auto research, we should heavily consider like all of these errors or at least like Rust analyzer issues. Oh, I think it's Clippy, right? I don't think we're running Clippy. Yeah, I don't think we're running Clippy. Oh, yeah, yeah, some of the easy ones. Yeah, let's go back up to the top. One of the things he quote tweeted is still with you when you're reviewing his feed while talking about his slop forking. Hold on, which one's that? I'm curious now. Oh, that one, that one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. No. Yeah, I get it. I do. Yeah, I don't know. I get it. Yeah, I get it. I get it. And the fact that one of them's like AI edited. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Ben. Yep. And I do think that's typically like the thing I'll mute most people for. Like I had forgotten why I had Adam muted at one point, and I think it was politics stuff. But he's a good dude. Like he's really cool, as a person, like in person. But yeah, I do try and keep a lot of the political shit off my feed. Yep. Yeah, super cool dude. But that's the nature of, like, you know, the public fire hose. All right, so we get a bunch of warnings. Where do they show us ones that are like auto fixable though? Function has 10 arguments. Yeah, I could see that being a thing. All right, so it's basically any of the ones that have the help change to. So my guess is that almost all the help change to are just interpolation warnings. See, I'd say Clippy Fix makes sense. Oh. What's even in the Claude directory? Yeah, we've got those installed globally everywhere we need them. Yeah, so before we kick off auto research, we should fix these things. All right, so yeah, before we do that, I don't remember seeing that auto research issue. Yeah, I don't think I'm worried about it. We have a few. I think we can just prompt this one. I'm gonna do it as an explorer anyway. Just because I think there's a few that I don't necessarily care about fixing, like the too many args. Unless they have like a good solution that makes sense to me. All right, let's double check on subscription budgets. Yep, can't do the open code go. We got about 55% remaining and 4 days on the codex, so yeah. We do need to just kick stuff off, though. Yeah, this one we're not going to hit for a long time, so I think I'm good on that. And if we look at it, right, we see the Pro versus Flash. So yeah, Pro is almost like 4 times the usage, or like percent used, like per request. I think some of these requests might be a little bigger. And what's up, Ben Codes? What was the ooh for? Yeah. Depends on what we're doing. But the new DeepSeek models are pretty solid. The next one I'm looking forward to is GLM 5.3. Eh. All right. So yeah, I like these potential changes. So it looks like it's going to have some options for us. Hold on, let me look at what they got. Oh, and Ben, sorry, you had a question about an ENV var I might have set. What was it that you want me to look at? What was it, like true color or something like that? Term color? It was a while back, and I just remembered about it. Color term. Right, so if I just echo color term, we'd be good. Uh, no, hold on. I think that's how we do it. Yeah, so it is color term 2 color. Yep. What are like alternative values for that? I don't even remember. Find it interesting that it's churning so hard on just some warning fixes. Something seems off. All right, this is seeming a lot better now. Damn, it's already 7:30. Where does the time go? Yeah, so we should definitely add the test job in CLI. And that should be a quick fix. Right, okay, so creating this only really happens once, and then we just pass it to the batch collectors, so it's not going to be like a heavy overhead. And it does clean things up. We do a bit of a clone. I don't think that's going to be a huge issue, perf-wise. And the compiler could even allow that clone away. Like, it's not worth caring about. All right, so it was already unsafe. Okay, so SIMD JSON. All right, we'll let it. Right, I like the part where it's letting us know, like, you know, it's thoroughly tested. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize the into was unnecessary. Okay. All right, so then, yeah, we're just boxing the errors. Oh, that's an interesting macro. Oh, and I see what's happening. Yeah, we just bubbled up the errors there. All right, so the map error didn't actually matter. That looks like just some testing junk. But, all right, so yeah, I think we're pretty good on these fixes. All right, that's just inlighting some junk. Wait a minute. Didn't we commit that separately? Maybe I ignored the test files earlier? Is that really okay after cargo format? All right, so I would say that's good. Hey, what's up, Albetum? Oh, that's an interesting one. Yeah. No, I appreciate you, appreciate you clicking that button. I think they wanted you to, like, add your own message or something. I don't know. But, yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think this marks 4 years as a partner on Twitch, which is pretty fun. But okay, I do think, apologies, I'll beat him. It's 7:30. I need to get food in my belly. I need to get some work stuff going tonight, so that I'm prepared for a meeting tomorrow. And I need some food in my belly. So yeah, this is a good point where we can wrap up a bit. Yeah, food is good. I mean, tonight will be a light meal. Like, I overate yesterday. Worth it. Um, I don't know. I haven't even figured it out, but it's gonna be very light. I've got some like canned rainbow trout. I do like a chicken broth. I got some crackers I could eat with that canned um rainbow trout. Okay. I would say I would prefer to do that on like Friday or Saturday. Maybe Saturday works best cuz I got like a thing Friday night. Yeah, the playing guitar stuff works best on Saturdays. Sounds great. But who is streaming right now? Who do we go raid? I see Z.A. Shaw. He's doing some game art. It's definitely an option. Yeah, I see a bunch of game dev. There's Midnight Simon. Haven't rated him in a bit. We see Sharkface. Transmission controller bench test. What are they doing there? I'm so curious now. Okay. Looks like some DJ stuff or something. I wish Kademlia had video going. Let's go see if there's someone new to raid. And let me at least like put on, I think I have an ending soon screen. Oh, it's so broken. All right, there we go. We haven't shown this ending soon screen in ages. Since I got the 4K camera. I know, right? I always forget to do it. Yeah, I see a lot of game dev. I want to raid some software dev. I mean, game dev's good. Nothing against it. We get rated by game dev streamers all the time. Ooh, Adventures in Python on the StewTube. Let's do that. I don't think I've rated them before. They got a camera. They're doing non-game dev. Yeah, let's do it. No, I'll be over on gaming, for sure. We'll probably watch, like, one show or something. I'll hop into some gaming, because some of the gaming, or some of the work I need to do is very, like, promptable. I just gotta, like, babysit it. So, yeah. Thank you to the YouTube and the Twitter for hanging out. I'm going to stop those two streams first. So thank you all for chilling. Appreciate you.